Hello. It is time. Okay. So I actually remembered this. There's something else I actually have to fix. So right now, when it moves, it can't stop. It's got good. It gets pulled around, his legs get moved, the legs move it. That's fine. But its friction is wrong right now. So I've got to get that fixed. I don't know what my issue really is here with this. I think it's definitely at this line. Something around here is causing it to have, or at least the crawler to have this weird directional bias happen. Let me try to really zero that in, or zero in on that. And now it's got like some extra weird thing happening. You see this vector is just like really strong in the z-axis. Like something is up with that, right? And it's really consistently on that z-axis too. So I'm gonna see what this is. It might even be this. So let me try printing this out. I want to ignore it for the player, so I'm just gonna say if debug enabled, which I have it turned on for this, for the crawler only right now. I'll just print this value. And then let's go out here. That one's actually not running at all. Okay. Yeah, whoa. Okay. So it is coming from here. It must be coming from this. I have some insane ground friction value. Thing is, it's like it only it's weird. Am I not meant to be using no, because then I do the leg mass, right? So it's like a fractional portion of it. Is this right? I might just have friction wrong. But also not, I think. Because I'm taking that fractional value here. Okay. Zero is just like writing a higher and higher friction value. Okay, let me say this. Let's do this. So once we get to a leg that's doing a ton of friction in a single run, I want to see what's happening, because maybe there's a mistake where I'm not clearing a value, but it's still like, I definitely feel like there's a directional problem as well. Like the x-axis, it can move pretty easily on, but then the z-axis just has such high friction all the time. Hi, Yulia. Okay, this is leg 0. All right. It's not enough screen space. It's too much. Too much stuff. I can't see anything. Ground rail contact velocity. Okay. Ground lost velocity. The ground didn't move. The ground doesn't move here. Why does the ground have a last velocity? So this is wrong. This is definitely wrong. Ground loss velocity is just supposed to take the global space position of where my this was and where this moved to. So I'm calculating it wrong. Modern Warfare 4 trailer dropped the first 3 First 3 seconds were very intriguing until they showed a price for the millionth time and turned it into generic console. Oh, okay. Price. Is this still like 0? Yep. Friction's even higher now. That's great. Oh man. Okay. $2,709. Okay, there's a change there. I am moving along the x-axis. 8, 7. All right. 30 seconds. They're actually giving us Gunna campaign, then boom, all the new characters dead in 30 seconds, and Captain Price is in the screen saying he broke the rules again. What? Is this wrong? No, because target position is already moved. I don't get it. Honestly, I'm taking this one out. It's gone. I feel like so many times that one comes on and I'm like, it's too loud. Like that one is what triggers me to say the music is too loud. And I think it's not. That's not what's actually happening. What is my error? I want to know where my foot was on the ground and where that point moved frame to frame. So I think ground last local is actually incorrect then, isn't it? Ground last local should be after, should be not here. Also, I think that apply ground forces is probably just wrong. Maybe it's not. This is probably supposed to be up here. Now it seems wrong. No, it's actually right. Yeah, because I need to save, because I'm specifically checking the difference between these, the same point, right? So I actually have to calculate that point at the same time. So that's actually right. It looks weird, but it's actually right. I get my global position relative to the ground, and I have that ground transform. And then down here, I have the last one. So I grab that transform, because it could have changed, and then I compute that. Okay. Now there might be problems, though. Okay, I'm just going to take this out. Now there could be problems. Okay, so I still see that, where the z-axis is just really terrible. The x-axis has no issue. I just wanted to bring it over there, but that didn't even work anyway. Okay, cool. It still rotates. All right. And yet there's still a crazy problem with that. Yeah, let's be sure that this is definitely working. Excellent. 0. I'll check every leg. 0. 0. 0. And actually maybe I'll just do this. Break that out so I can see it continuously. Nice. These should have ground velocities. Nice. Do it. Put your leg on there. Nice. Alright. Alright, I'm super sure that's correct. However, that still doesn't fix the other thing, which is this, having very high relative contact velocities, it seems. Not sure what to think of this. Alright, that was a problem. Am I meant to be checking apply ground? Whoa, 46? What the hell? For one instant it calculated that. Okay, let's look at index 1. So it's not running right now. And then, what's the problem here? Is it because should ground? Something is not being updated, I think, and that's what's happening. Oh. Oh. I have to write this just so I can have a breakpoint up here that I can turn on later. Try that again. Okay, so it's definitely in the air. So I just want to wait till it lands. And then I am expecting to see a crazy value. Alright, so what's insane right now? Okay, ground last velocity is just wrong. That one's not right. Also, I mean, this should be false too. Okay, it's true. But it's also not correct. Okay, ground last local. I think it's because ground last local might just have a ridiculous value. Which is not the current target's global position. Yeah, these two are pretty close. Well, actually, they're not close. The z-axis is what it's moving on. 7, 6, 4 versus 8. That's like a meter in what it thinks is 100th of a second, basically. So that would make sense why it comes out to be a ridiculous value. All right. So let me say this instead. If we are grounded, I calculate these things. If apply ground forces, I am calculating this. But it still seems like it's kind of a wrong way because ground last velocity might still be reading something. And ground last velocity is also just, it's calculated from the ground last local. Oh, interesting. Well, I know that's correct when it's in motion, but I think it's possible there can still be an issue on the moment that it lands that is making it just really, really bad. Whatever. I still have those velocities there, so that's fine. It says 0. Okay, good. It says 0. Okay, the relative contact velocity is still really high. Why? It's better, but it's still kind of bad. But you know what? It may be fine. This is index 1. It may be fine because the crawler character might have no power on that leg. I mean, it shouldn't have any power on that leg. So it might be fine. Yeah, so it's currently 0. Which means... which means down here... Wait a second. Calculate ground forces? Hang on, this is supposed to be... apply ground forces. Oh, if it's not, then we significantly reduce it. Okay, so it's fine. Alright, well, I'm gonna step forward until we get here. This should be leg 0. I want to look at leg 1. Oh. These are also kind of incorrect as well. Because I think I only mean to be adding it if we... These aren't even used right now, so it's fine. But it is annoying a bit. Oh, but it is used for ground direction. Ground direction. Okay, so I need to fix that. I'm just going to put a to-do here. Honestly, I think if I just multiply it by like gravity power, like that's probably all I really have to do. Okay. But then this line is going to be like really out of order, so I need to delete that so this debugger is lined up correctly. Alright, so this one, yeah, this one just says 0. And then that didn't run, but that's fine. So yeah, it's actually going to calculate nothing on the force for the first frame, which is great. This should calculate nothing. What's the word for this? It's going to be used down here for effective mass. Let me do the same thing where I check if any of these have like really high. If any of these have really high values, then that's a problem. None of them should really have high values when it's walking. If they do, that's like a crash or something. Like the leg is crashed into the ground. Okay, so what leg is this? 5, this is the back right leg. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Why would it be that high? It thinks the leg is traveling a meter per second along the round. It really is not. It's not doing that. It's definitely not doing that. This should just never be happening. X is 13? No. No. No, we're at like 0. We're at 0. The robot is at like 0x. This is not 0x. Okay. Okay. I mean, sure. All right, whatever. Where is it? I didn't realize this was so far off like that already. So that's fine. The target current position is what? I mean, I guess step down, just wait till this saves it. Is there anything that I really want to... No, ground last velocity, those are all perfect. Really. This deviation is a ½ meter per second accel. This. From here to here. Why did it teleport? It teleported. I'm not sure how that's possible. Also didn't trigger that time. Oh, now it's triggered. No way. That's funny. Wide spider. All right. There's one thing. Okay. It may not be possible to solve this in a sense of saying, oh, well, my target position just should not have moved here. Like, obviously, that's the problem, right? That leg velocity is calculated with any value that's not, or a value that just has this really high x change. Right? And then there's something that I'm actually a little suspicious about, too. Something I want to see. Why'd you... Just ignore that for now. Yeah, the legs are sliding out, and they're not supposed to do that. That's probably the first problem. The legs are sliding out. But I think it's probably not it, is it? It's probably not that. Well, I mean, I'm also only looking at the velocities higher than, like, something, so... I need to fix that. It's a problem with the legs slide. The legs are not allowed to be sliding like that. And I know it's probably due to well, it's probably around here where update target is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's supposed to stay here. But I still need the rest correction to run. I just don't want... It's difficult because... very small changes I should probably resist. I mean, let me just run it and try to stop it right when I see a leg doing this, and then try to watch what that leg is doing. Okay, this leg is doing it. So this is leg 1. So I'm sure it's up here because it comes back in and says, "Hey, this is where our bone is now," and I should be saying, "No, don't do that. Don't move it there." So I'm looking for index 1. Okay. So this is what the leg velocity reads in. It's... The thing is, for slow-moving stuff... Well, I guess, okay, I guess what it is that I actually know that, well, I don't know. I think what I might mean to do is to be very certain about maintaining a specific location for the leg if I'm grounded. So if I'm grounded and I'm applying applying ground forces, I want to really try to keep that leg in position. So I'll read in the target global position, or I'll read in where the bone is right now, and I'll say, all right, if we're within if I just take I'll just take leg velocity, and this is 03141. That was 03101. Negative 03141. 03142. And then the Z is 05538. Right? So divided by 100. This is the change in position that happened there, right? So I can look at where my target is right now, where I've decided I want it to go to, and where the IK has given me. Or just like the bone, whatever has given me. And maybe I just say, if I'm within... I mean, yeah, this looks like it's going to work out just fine. It may not be... Yeah. If I'm within a tenth of a centimeter, basically, of where I wanted it to be, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to leave the target position where it is right now, if I'm within a tenth of a centimeter. If I'm more than that, then I'm going to teleport to where the IK ended up. I think that's what I might do. This is distance squared, so it'd be like 1e negative 6. So if the distance between these two is within this range, I'm not doing anything. Well, I'll just do this. Okay. I did get a lot of... this did still happen a lot, though. It may be like a directional thing is what the problem is. It may be a directional issue. Alright, but this is fine. I still get a lot of... I am still getting really high values printing out, which is not... It's actually pretty bad still. Because none of these legs should be dragging like that. I can still do some like clever stuff to like smooth the value change so that maybe I'm saying ground relative like velocity will move towards a value, but then have to keep memory of some values. I don't really want to do that. I could do some really clever thing and like track a running line of like velocities and only report up to like the average value. So I'll still report the latest value, but it won't be higher than the average. That kind of thing. I still think it's pretty poor. Yeah, these don't really make any sense. How these are moving. The legs just aren't moving a meter per second. They're just not. That's just not happening. Hey, Danlon. You can't just send a link. Watch this. Oh my god. What? Why is it making... I've never heard a chicken make that. Or sound like that. I don't want to say it's like singing. What does that mean? I mean, also the cat kind of sounds like a chicken. Why does it sound like that when it does this? Like, that sounds like a chicken to me. What this chicken's actually doing doesn't sound... I don't know. Thanks. Okay. How are they reading high velocities? Leg velocity... I don't know. It's resisting small changes from IK, but I think it's still a thing where it snaps way too hard. Possibly. It may just be it may still just be snapping too hard. Or I've deliberately moved it. So here's what I'll do. I'll do... And then I'll say if this and so I performed a snap and I still moved. Then this means for some reason I deliberately moved the leg by a lot. Because taking this as a leg velocity, I would effectively divide this by 100, and that gets me the change, which means I would have moved this by a centimeter when it should be staying on the ground. Which doesn't make sense. I would have moved this by a half a centimeter when it should have been staying on the ground, which also doesn't make any sense. So if I get both of those, -3, -4. Okay, I think, all right. Did you see the rocket that exploded like a fake CGI scene? I don't know. I have not. I don't know why I said I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I have not. I have not. I'm just... Six, 4, 5, 2. I'm moving at 6 centimeters. I think just what I really need to say is that if it's like the frame between stepping and landing, or I guess specifically the landing frame, I need to say don't apply ground forces. Because yeah, that's it. Don't apply ground forces. Apply ground forces should be false until because when I arrive, then I say, I turn this off. But I shouldn't be applying ground forces yet on this frame. That's it. It's so dumb that I just keep adding more and more things, but I need it. Are you trying to tell me I'm not using this value? Snapped has the same as a built-in function. whatever. At least it lets me do that. Jeez. I must be addicted to coffee or something. I am so tired. It's terrible. If apply ground forces, so then apply ground forces needs to say not is stepping and not was stepping. So it is only turned on when a step completes. Actually, I don't want to say that. I'll say like... Now I don't care. I made my enemies so smart. Good. One. 2. It's not right. It's not right. True. So this is snapping which just means I'm not even changing it. Did I write this wrong? If we're not applying ground forces or the bone is too far away. Which means... Also, snapped is supposed to be the other way around. Not snapped. No, wait, that's right. False 2. We did not snap here, which means the IK moved a leg very far, and it should have been stationary, is what this means. All right, I think maybe what I do is I keep this in mind. I do the rewrite, and then, or I incorporate this into the rewrite so that I can be sure I'm doing good things, I guess. Because it's definitely happening that the IK is just taking the leg too far away from where I wanted it to be. And that's causing me to read in a really high leg velocity when the ground is not moving. And it just thinks that we're applying suddenly, like, what is this? This is like a 1 unit this way, 1 unit that way, like 2 or 3. Okay, probably not that much. But like, probably about like 2 meters per second of friction in basically a single tick, and then, or I don't know, this is all like hundreds of a second, right? So it ramps up really fast, and then it goes away, and then it comes back again. So it's still like, not sure. But this is when snapping is false. But the problem is I still see snapping happening, or I still see large values of like 0.5 when the leg is supposed to be sitting just still on the ground. And it's just like basically teleporting, and it thinks it just moved the ½ meter a second in a single frame. I mean, the 1 here is like, it tells the whole story, right? There's just a 1 here, it is surrounded, it has never run anything else. So just suddenly it kind of hits this 0.5 meter per second. I mean, I guess I'm only printing it when it's at that, but it shouldn't be reaching that value. These legs shouldn't be moving like this. And hopefully the process of the rewrite will just make it easier for me to calculate these in the right places as well. I mean, I say rewrite. It's more just like deciding target conditioning and not actually doing the movement of the leg. I guess there is movement here, right? So... Or maybe I just have a much higher resistance to movement of the target anyway. like, or I could just compute it purely as what I said I wanted it to do. And if it gets within like a centimeter of where I wanted it to be, then I say, all right, yeah, that's gonna be what I call that fine, right? I don't know, maybe I just crank that up. Maybe I just make it 1 centimeter instead of, it's just gonna be 4. Yeah. I'll just see this. Okay. So I still got values that I don't think make any sense. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. This is basically like frame to frame. We're traveling 1.4, then we're traveling 1, then we're traveling 1.2, then we're traveling 0.9 or 1, then we're traveling 1.1, then we're traveling 1.3, then we're traveling 0.9. That fluctuation is not, just isn't possible. It shouldn't be possible. And I'm not snapping. Which means the IK has given me a distance really far from my target. Within a centimeter away. Which I feel like it should be able to do that. Should be able to handle that. A centimeter. And I mean, maybe I just shouldn't even be doing it like this at all. Maybe I should not be snapping the target back to that here. Or well, I should do that, but I calculate my forces as this instead. So basically I'll just move this up here. I wouldn't even be doing this for the physical one, right? 847 bot. Today, going the moon and spider looks so cool. Thanks. It's going well. I'm really tired. I probably need to get something. Just my coffee. I just have issues where the legs are... The legs think they're moving at a meter per second, and this leg, this is the back leg. This leg is clearly stationary, and it's still like, oh yeah, I'm totally moving a meter per second right now. It's not. It stayed like exactly still, and it still thinks it's moving a meter per second. So... yeah. I think I'm going to go make coffee and think about this. Think about if this should even be here in the first place. If this is wrong, because it's giving me results that I just don't like. And it might just be that they're giving me results I don't like because I shouldn't be doing it here. I shouldn't be using this. So, I'll be back. I'm back. I didn't think about this at all. So now I think about it. The reason I'm doing this here is so that I basically track the change in leg target position, which is, I mean, okay. I'm tracking the change in the end bone position. And I treat that as my leg velocity. But maybe what I should really do is instead use sort of like a large radius where I have my target within like, okay, and this is supposed to be for virtual, right? This is, I'm doing full leg simulation myself. I'm not allowing, there's no physical connection from the ground to the crawler main body. It's just actually floating there. And I'm getting wrong leg positions, or rather I'm getting the IK trying to apply it's like the IK is like moving it by a centimeter. Let me try this. It seems like it might be the last leg is well, I guess I can just hit preview here and I can, okay. Gosh, I'll fix that one day. It's not my fault, it's Godot's fault. And it's like a one-line fix too. I want to zoom in on just the last leg so I can see I believe one of these squares. Okay, so the big square is a meter. So this is 40 centimeters. 40. This is 50 centimeters. This is 25 centimeters. This is 12.5 centimeters. So I'm looking at like a unit of like a 12th of this small thing here. So this last leg is really... That might just be zooming too far. I'll try this. This guy roughly over here, and I'll just like accelerate him. Okay. I'll go to slow motion. Okay. I know what I should do. I know what I should do. I'm going to... This might just be like the worst thing anyone's ever seen. But I'm going to put it specifically on the leg. This is the back right. So I need back right. This one. Camera. You're here now. Okay. Alright, slow motion. And then Let's go. Oh, the warping and shearing is so crazy. It's moving right now, I think. I don't think this is like a step. Wait, why is stuff not rendering now? Wait, where's all my debug render? I don't think I turned them off. Debug step target, IK target. There's no debug. Where's the debug? Where's the debug? Oh, I get it. I get it. Because this is dumb. It looks like it did nothing, but I did a lot there. Okay, no, the debug is actually just stupid. Back right leg, debug. Like, why are you not on? Why aren't you on? I've turned it on. Do I have to hit save first and then it works? Or do I need to open this and then I look at this back right leg and it's going to be turned off? Oh, look, they're on. So I go to editable children and now they're off. You are crazy. Close. I'm gonna reload the project because it's lying to me. It's lying to me. It's telling me that apparently I've saved the change to turn them off, but I have not. Because I can't edit them. Oh look, now they're crazy. Weird. Weird. It was lying to me. I would never make such a mistake. Could never. Alright, camera. Back right. Current. Go. Alright, I can see everything now. Okay. Slow motion. And walk towards me. I saw maybe one time it looked a little weird. Okay, but it did jump in there and say we're moving a meter per second, so... I mean, it's just hard to see that, because that means it moved a centimeter. It moved 1 centimeter. Also, this is after I'm doing like a full centimeter snap now, which means... which means I've left it on the ground and I have moved it substantially. Yeah, because this one definitely didn't hit a centimeter, right? This is 5/100ths of a, or not 5/10ths of a centimeter, half a centimeter. But I'm snapping on centimeters. So how does this one even get through? How do I say I moved while grounded? How do I say that I moved it deliberately a half a centimeter when I should not have? Is it that I'm moving it? All right, let me see this. If this happens, I want to say this. I want to print out, I did not snap. I want to print out how far I moved it and how far it actually moved. Or like what the deviation was when I don't snap. Actually, maybe not. Maybe okay, yeah. If I'm gonna do this, I want to know this value first before I do it. I don't need that many. This is gonna be in centimeters, so yeah, that's probably fine. It's not even formatting it. Right, because I don't know what I'm doing. And actually, since I'm only looking at this one, I only want the printout. Only want to print 5. The difference is lower. Also, why is it not? Oh, because that's 2 over there. Also, I just think the first tip is probably like a lie anyway, because it looks like it goes through the ground, which is really weird. Oh, this is dragging right now. And that sign totally... Wait, what am I saying? 1 and 5 right now? This is when I'm not snapping. Wait, so I'm not snapping and I'm reading in that? So I'm moving the leg exactly where I want it to be? The leg's not moving right now. It doesn't have a... What? Is it moving right now? This is moving. The red circle means moving. This is not moving. It's moving. It's sliding. This is a slide. Looking for index 5. I'm just gonna skip until I get there. I mean, surely it's just gonna count up one at a time. Okay, one of these did not count, so I didn't just click that a bunch. Alright, index 5. So old ground position is this value. And it can move towards that at 3 meters per second. But this is definitely not moving faster than that. But then ground last local is actually calculated. There. So if IK is trying to move it, maybe I don't want this to include IK. Okay, so that's like the second time that I've kind of arrived at it saying that the IK is probably wrong. Because what I definitely mean to do is I kind of want this to be in both places. I want this to calculate the point of doing it here is that I'm using the target I'm using the target global position after IK has happened. That's the point of putting it up here. But then I think I don't want to do that. So now I'm thinking I move it back. So this is only apply ground forces. Other side effects? No, I mean, no other side effects. And then I would put this back down here on is grounded. I use this value. And I think I need to, yeah, I think probably what I missed is that I'm just not computing it all the time. So when I turn it off, I probably just do this again, right? I have a target and it's moving, but I don't care about that. Also, it's like bugged and the target's like going in the ground for some reason. Where's it going? The body's accelerating off. Alright. So literally, why did that make a difference? Unless it got hit with like a super mega impulse and it like launched off at 200 miles, 200 kilometers per second instantly. Okay, well, either way, they didn't stop it because it still happens. So, all right, I think I'm just gonna go for the rewrite and just forget that, and then make sure I track it well next time. And really think about what this means. Okay. One thing that I wanted to do was like code all of it separately, and I would just have a Boolean switch that would basically change the whole thing's operation. So I could run it with it on, run it with it off, and make sure that it's basically the same result. But I think that's just not going to happen because I had this mistake and I can't even fix it now. It's just annoying because I don't know how I just caused it to fly off into space. I don't know how I did that. It seemed really reasonable what I just did. It seems super reasonable. This seems reasonable. Did I leave it up at the top still so it's still calculating? Update needs to have this value, which is... This is where it's wrong, right? This must still be correct. It seems like it might just be down here where it gets wrong, because I'm always updating it anyway. So I think what happens is it lands and then it reads in something absurd. And the relative contact velocity is like 20 meters per second. Or 100 meters per second, because it moves like a meter and then it thinks it did a meter in 100th of a second. 1,000th of a second? No. Yeah, 100th. 100th. Yeah. It is this, right? This line was wrong. It's going too fast right now. It's not supposed to be going more than 3 meters per second. Why are you so fast? Why did you explode last time? You didn't explode this time. Explode. Fly away. It has no stop. Did it just fall over? Oh. There was an explosion. Man. What's wrong with this? Ground last local is missing an update. That's definitely what's happening. It is missing an update. I've set up where I want the ground, where I want target global to be. I want it to stay where it was. Then I need to update ground last local. So this should be good. The problem is here. I don't have any other early returns. That's the only early return. So what happens is I land. Then I need to say ground last local is going to be right here, basically. Just right here on this location. And that's that. So ground last local is now, should be right there. However, where I had it before was up here. Basically right there. Yeah. Right. So it's wrong. If I can just fix this, then I can really check, right? If I can just fix this, then I can really check. I'm annoyed. I'm just annoyed right now. Because this is all a hack and it's all just bad and terrible and stupid. It's just bad code. I've written spaghetti. If we are applying, all right, let me see locally here. If we're applying ground forces and grounded last tick, I compute ground last velocity as being, this is after I move. I compute maybe I should just track the global position of the ground. At that point, I say, this is where global ground is. It's just okay. It's spaghetti right now. That's the real issue. Like, I'm struggling so hard and it's making me so mad because it is spaghetti right now, and I have to update like 3 different places and delete all the code. So it's terrible. It's spaghetti. I need to actually just delete it and retry. So can I can I just go back? Can I just go back? I might be able to. Sort of, not really. I'm just gonna delete this section. I'm gonna delete that section right there and try that again. So yeah, let me go through, clean this out, and I'm gonna try it again. Tell Gemini to clean your code. Gemini can only make it worse. Instagram link. Do I still have browser audio turned on? I should turn that off. Okay, I mean, this is just America in a nutshell. Nobody cares about walkability. Cities don't care about walkability, is what this is. I'm assuming this is a train track. My other guess is it's probably fenced, so you would have to climb over the fence. Yeah. Where I'm at, we have a couple... I don't even know what I would call them. Like bridges, but to walk over, for a person to walk over. We have a couple of those around here. And they do typically go over train tracks. Or the train tracks just aren't fenced, so you can just walk over them. Okay. I'm stripping code. It's a crazy line to just blur it out. Step just completed. Get rid of that crap. Get rid of this nonsense. Nope. Don't do that. I might add it back, but, you know, that's... I usually do that. Okay. Now I fix this boolean. And then I'm going to set that back so this is going to be target global position. We'll just snap it to the bone. The point of this is that I want to work from this location. But I think I'm probably not applying forces from that result. Or maybe I just need a boolean to say, that's probably what I should do. I should probably get that started right away. More or less, like, the crawler can read in and say, oh, I'm not going to be doing I'm doing a physical skeleton, so I'm just gonna ignore what the legs have computed. But I think the legs should also just not compute it if they know the value is not gonna be used, right? So just do that. Is grounded. Looks like I'm just doing a lot of deleting there. And then I have this print. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Get rid of it. And I think you can probably just use some. Oh no, I'm just deleting this section. This section is just being deleted. Just deleting that section. And I'm deleting this. I didn't hit save. Or I did, and I didn't delete the code that I thought I deleted. Yeah, just this whole section goes away. All right, cool. I am just starting over with that. I'll have to check variables, but I think I'm probably good. Next step, target global. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff that will go away. All right. So I've got that. I'm just going to run to see what happens right now. And maybe I can try to fix this. Maybe I can try to fix this. Because this might be a directional thing. I have an idea of where this could be happening. Okay. Let me line up some exactly behind this, or in front of it. Okay. So I'm getting the full acceleration straight forward on the Z. So nothing was wrong there. The acceleration is right. So then around here, I'm guessing this is just gonna be like -6. Yeah, -6 there. The thing is, this is still reading the same value too, so it's really strange. Positive. It's reading the same value, but it's obviously getting less of that friction somehow. So I don't know where in the middle this changes. Maybe pre-movement forces could be doing this. So it's applying no change there. What's going on? I still don't know where this happens. This is really upsetting. Where does this happen? Like everything adds up and it's just fine. Let me just put a breakpoint here. Like this shouldn't be happening at all. I'm seeing very small values there. What's the difference? Let me a lens on AliExpress. Why would I do that? Why is this tabbed in twice? Oh my god. How long has that been like that? Because I want to take photos. Did I accidentally tab that in? I don't... What? This is character controller. I don't know how to do anything. That indentation being wrong is actually, like, I can't explain. That alone just makes me feel like I'm never gonna finish this. Just because of that. I had bad indentation there, and that's just the end of it. That's the end of my programming career. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know why. All the accelerations are just the exact same. They're just always the exact same. It's just for some reason it can't move on this axis, and I don't understand why. Why can it not move on this axis? Alright, let me do this. Save that. Initial. And then at the very end, everything is done. Print. The hell? $23 meters per second. I accelerated 23 meters per second. Backwards. Negative Z. I nearly launched this thing back at 23 meters per second. Well, how could that have happened? Gravity. How is it doing 12? Or, like 10. Okay. So who did it? Forward? Forward's great. So somewhere I have like an extra 4 meters per second of acceleration somehow. Ground friction? Oh, ground friction wants to apply 4 meters per second of acceleration. Well, that accounts for it. That, in fact, precisely accounts for it. Because the result is like 10.45. And this is trying to tell me it is 10.45. So, all right, that exactly accounts for it. Ground friction. You're wrong. Okay. So I'll just start there. I'll just start with that. Crawler and leg. Okay, so I think the first thing I want to do is I want to tell the legs skip force calculations, right? I want to tell it that. I want to say like do enable force calculations or something. I don't really know where to put it. I'll just put it down here because this is probably a fine place to do it. It'll be false. Crawler has to enable it when we start running. So an update ground. Just be like leg. Enable forces will be enable physical skeleton. It'll be not enable physical skeleton. I'll run it every time. I'm not going to care about it being crazy when I turn it off, like, while it's running. So if I don't care about turning it off while it's running, then I should just do it at the start, when the legs are loaded. I'm going to start by deleting that. I'm going to go into update grounded. I'm going to start stripping a lot of this stuff out. I'll leave the variable definitions, but I'm going to basically remove everywhere that operates on those. Yeah, I think that's all the code. Right. So now I should see it just have no ground friction at all, right? Yeah, we're just sliding. Perfect. Okay. But now there's some printing that's a little bit annoying. Just whatever. Just whatever. Okay. So let me get crawler character confirmed to just be exactly what it needed to be. So I take in the leg power, I take in the ground relative contact velocity, I slide out the leg normal, so I just have the leg ground velocity. I multiply that by the leg power. Leg ground velocity is used down here for friction, which should also be well, leg mass. Okay, so it already has that, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay. Oh. Okay. So because I have this enable physical skeleton here, I have to make sure that I actually do calculate it. It can just be simpler, I guess. I probably just use yeah, I'm gonna say it probably just needs to be something completely different, because if I have a physical skeleton, this is gonna be something very different. I think I'm probably just saying my ground velocity is going to be, well, also technically ground velocity is kind of wrong all the time, actually. Where is ground velocity used here? I think it's not actually used for any calculation. This is all inside of calculate ground vectors, which I override. Okay, so it's not really used there. I don't have that turned on. Okay. I think what I might be looking for is let me check. Velocity of this body along the plane of the ground. So it's also relative to the ground. Yeah. So it's supposed to be my velocity along, it should be this, right? So in crawler character, when I calculate it, the ground relative contact velocity is still correct, but maybe it's that I should probably be running through the leg, the end leg bodies that claim to be grounded, and then reading their local No, I think not. This is meant to be in terms of like, all right, I'm going to say this. I'm going to kind of drop a lot of this. Or at least this part this is not correct up here. This is not what should be happening here. This is some extra force stuff. I think this just doesn't belong here, really. So I tab this in, and I am doing this just to calculate ground friction and these accelerations. Otherwise, and in fact, maybe I even bring this out here and I say, if we have a physical skeleton, I'm just going to use the main body's velocity. Which I should already have the average ground normal. Yeah. I'm going to go here and make sure I'm matching it. Oh, there's some special stuff happening here. I start by removing my up axis, and then I remove the ground normal. And I feel like I remember this too. But I'm also not calculating ground friction like that. Okay. I'll just start pasting these in here. And then I need to have a ground contact velocity. Oh, you know what? So what's hit position? Yeah. I take the average ground points. Yeah, I think this is probably where I would actually read in the ground velocities. So how can I do that? I know the physical skeleton is here. I have it right here. Yeah, how do I know that, like, how do I get the chains? Update ground advances the skeleton, which will basically fit the bones to the physical body. Yeah, there's some information I need to get here from the main bodies. Or I don't know. I think what I'll do is I'll just write like to do for now. So yeah, I'll just do this. And then that should just be returned. Okay. So it'll just spam the error console like crazy, and then I have to implement that when I get there. But for now, I know for a fact that physical skeleton is turned on, and I'm purely using this in this case. So, or physical skeleton is off. So the ground relative contact velocity, I think I'll leave it with the bot, or with the legs, the leg responsibility. I say I think I'll leave it. Of course I'm going to leave it with the legs. So these will calculate a ground relative contact velocity. But then I have this ground velocity, which is something interesting. I'm taking the plane velocity, and I slide out my state up axis. So I'll actually just follow this because I know what this is doing. There's sort of there's a thing with it's not exactly taking the vector and snapping it to the ground plane when I do this, because if I'm coming off of the ground and it snaps it, it'll have a really weird snap. So I could be coming off the ground like this, and it thinks I'm traveling up that way. So what I do first is I will remove the main bodies up from this contact velocity, and then I take just that plane vector and I snap that to the ground, which should it gives me better results, I guess. Right. So that is a good thing. I'll do that. Start by removing my up from this, and then I remove the legs. Then I move the ground normal. The ground relative contact velocity. Yeah, I'm just doing leg power because this is like the actual effect that it has, and it should be summed up to 1. So this takes the place of like doing division and things like that. And then ground velocity is just that one, same thing. And then yeah, it's like taking an average of everything. Okay. But these very specifically, I think they need to be what I have told the leg to do, not what IK has pretended has happened. I think that's a big mistake there. So then all this should just stay, all this code should stay the same. This is fully deleted now because we don't need to divide that. And then ground velocity, yeah, just normalizing it. And I wonder if I should do this and then also slide out the overall average ground normal. I don't think so. I don't think I should do that. Okay. This should all be good. Okay. Now here. Where do I calculate this? I guess update is the most sensible place to start. I have moved the target. And then there's some leg lift here, so I probably... This is like a weird thing that I'm doing. This doesn't really make sense to write this here. It looks like the reason I do it is because of this. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, this feels wrong because this update function is modifying target's position outside of the update target function. That doesn't seem right to me. So maybe it should just go into here. Because otherwise we are stepping. But I guess this is like force lifting is called. So maybe if I do force lifting, then I should be calling... I should be also be running this code. So this is code that I want to run. So maybe update leg lift should actually be taking in... should not be taking in baseline, and it will calculate it itself. Is there only one call to this function? There is. All right, so instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the baseline calculation into here. Drop that. And sure, for now that seems fine. It's definitely better organized. And then I can just take this out. And then otherwise, I manually run that. Stepping is false, and then I just do this. Which is still pretty bad, so maybe instead I should run this up here and say if force lifting and then I would just copy this line here. So now update is just an alias for update target at the moment, which is fine because I still think update is probably meant to be coming in here and probably doing its velocity calculation, saying here's where I was last frame, here's where I am now, that kind of stuff. And then yeah, because of how this because of what this function is turning into, I'm just putting this down here. Whoa. I didn't rename it. All right. Now I'm all happy. Update just calls update target, and this function is totally responsible for doing all target motion. Should be. Yeah, okay. And then, now that I have the target, I have to calculate a... Oh, and this is supposed to be return. Yeah. At this point, I want to go check what pose update is doing. Pose update is doing this. I think I don't want to do this. I think the reason I do this is so that I can work from this location, so I can be, so I'm not like desyncing, I guess. But this line should not be here. That line doesn't belong there. That line belongs here. When I'm running in my force calculation mode, so I'll say if, I'll just go and start by doing this. If not enable forces, I'm just going to return right away. I don't care about anything. This one I should not be using anywhere right now. I'm using it in setup. That's whatever. That's fine. Yeah. So, and I'll do ground rel contact velocity. I zero it out there. That's fine, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's a good place for all that stuff to be zeroed. That's good. Okay. Now, I think what I do here is that I'm checking where I was before, where I am now, and that's going to be my leg velocity. I'm going to treat what I have tried to move as being my like velocity. I could also kind of leave it at the top, so I could say if my target is within some distance of the IK, then I use what I have said I want to use. I use my target, and if it starts straying too far, then I'm just going to use that one. But ultimately, it probably doesn't matter because, like I said, I'm teleporting my target to there, so I'm always working from that location, right? I'm never going to stray far from it. But here for ground calculation, or specifically this relative contact velocity, I am using... What am I using? Okay, hang on. Right. Update target needs to stick to the ground, right? So, and I probably even want to take out the target lift as well. Let me see exactly what this does. Let me remind myself of this method. If we're grounded, my baseline is... If lifting, my baseline is ground point inversely transformed, so I get it in local space. So it seems like I'm trying to move it towards the y coordinate of the ground point, which this seems wrong. I don't think that's right. I think it should always just be the Shapecast collider. This part feels wrong. Though it does make sense. Take the ground point, get it relative to me, and then get that y component. So it's my y coordinate space. Maybe this is fine. It is possible this can cause teleportations, I guess. But in that case, then it might just be my delta's too large or something. This is like lifting... What is the crawler set to right now? 3 meters per second. So this is changing the target's relative y coordinate. That could kind of be in any direction. Though it will be... that would be only the body's y coordinate, because the leg... Yeah, the step target can rotate, but the actual main leg node doesn't do anything. It will rotate on the y-axis. That's all it will do. And it's always going to be relative to the body's up. So that actually shouldn't only move it on the y. it should only move on the Y and not any other way. I could have like I was going to say I could enforce that, but yeah, I don't really need to enforce that. Okay, I'm going to say this is fine. It's only going to move it on the Y-axis. And it could be kind of a jump if the ground collider just suddenly decides that it's colliding in a different location. Because it is the case that frame to frame with nothing else really moving, the shapecast could just decide to like pull up like a centimeter. That can happen. Which would mean to move, this can move 3 centimeters in a single tick. So it might just be that I should use a better acceleration, or I should use an acceleration instead of teleporting like this. That's probably a good idea. I should probably use an acceleration. I don't know. I should. If I'm going to try to do any sort of physical stuff based on the location of target, I should be moving target according to accelerations. It's probably fine to leave this as being a bit snappy when I have the physical skeleton enabled, because that one will, it'll say, oh, I'm this far away. All right, let's start that one will operate purely on accelerations. But here, this is probably a case where I need to use enable forces, and instead I need to have an acceleration value. So I have the speed that I want to reach. I can keep track of a like lift velocity, and I can just do accelerations. Though it does mean there's a slowdown and a speed up thing. I may just be looking for... Here's what I think. I may be looking for... I have it, I still have it, I just can't get the words. I have it. A target velocity, and then I accelerate to the target velocity. So my target velocity might be to say, might then be limited to say once I'm close to my, once I'm getting close, I lower that. And I guess in this case it's only for this leg lift one. But I wonder if I need to actually incorporate this into the calculate step vector, which I think does all of the calculation, in fact. Step current, I save the vertical, I clear. I save the goal, I clear. So calculate runs with both of these. Step delta, I have it. This is like a limiter. So yeah, basically to say, Oh, this is a multiplier to increase the speed. That's what this is doing. This is increasing the speed. Maybe I should have a check in here that says, like, if we're stepping, I can flip lifting on or off. And then this needs to move towards the max step height, which is the step target, the leg lift height, and the current distance. Current distance. Yeah. This could be a public variable that's like the leg. A step height. Current step height. Yeah, it's possible that I may need to go to like a velocity here. So I'll just have like a very fast like acceleration to this. Right. I mean, I would just use the normal acceleration, the body acceleration. So I basically just take the vector and say this is the velocity I want to have. And it'd be like an internal thing. And then I would take my current one and move towards that one using some math. Okay. Let's try that. I would be specifically calculating a leg velocity and updating the velocity using an acceleration. Let's write it down here. And it's also going to be a total local space thing. So to get like a real velocity, I would have to add the main body velocity, I guess. And then I would get the true velocity of it. So maybe now, instead of saying update target, this will be like an update leg velocity. Or no, it would be... This would now be used in forces. So if I'm doing physical skeleton, I can ignore it. When I'm not doing a physical skeleton, I have to use velocities. And then I want a leg, or I want a step height value. update targets. Leg speed, step delta. Here's an interesting thing here. I want the lift to also handle like velocities. Jeez. Okay. How can I do this? Basically, I just need the leg lift or the update target lift to handle steps as well. So I'm not doing it here. And I was thinking the information that I give it is just kind of just setting this to like instead of using max step height, this would be the step height. And now that works there. And now this section needs to go into update height. But that one will work with target position. That one works on target position. Vertical is the same thing. And also target isn't updated until down here. So I'm going to say, yeah, all right. So I'm going to say, I'm just going to cut vertical out and instead use target.position. Okay, vertical's cut out. So we're getting closer to being able to do this. And it does seem like it is just kind of moving target position Y and then extracting it. So possibly what I do is here I can this is lifting. Is lifting is true. If force lifting is true. Yeah, I'll leave that for now. Because it's set in too many other places. Oh, but then I have a step delta, which is actually a different value. I probably don't need to worry about that. Well, I probably don't need to worry about that. Am I crazy, man? Am I just being really stupid about something? I have a doubt right now. I just thought ahead to how am I going to, if I'm calculating a leg velocity now, and I say this is how I'm going to move the leg, then that means the relative contact velocity, basically leg velocity would be going into the ground and then stopping, right? But then I'll be colliding at that point. So at that moment I have to say, all right, I just hit the ground and stopped in a single hundredth of a second. All that force would have to be applied to the crawler as basically an instantaneous impulse, which is probably fine for that to be an impulse, but it might just be too much. Because the leg will lift and then bam, down. Which I guess actually serves to this. Which is, use a spring cast for maintaining ground contact and softening impacts on the legs. I mean, I think I have to leave it for now, right? I have to accept that that's going to happen. And it might just, like, start walking and every single step is just going to, like, jolt side to side. Because it would basically just be slamming its legs into the ground at high speed. Though if I use a target velocity and I say, all right, let's bring it to 0 now because we want to stop, that in effect should soften the impact because it'll slow down just before it hits the ground, so it won't hit the ground with such a huge force, but it still will hit with some speed. Yeah, okay. I think it's going to be fine. I think it's going to be fine. All right. And if I think it's too much, I can still bring back the thing where I just say, hey, we just landed, ignore relative contact velocity, or ignore our leg velocity. Just assume our leg velocity is the same as the ground velocity for like one frame while it's impacting. I can do that too. So, all right. I need to get this change in Y position into the update leg lift. It's gotta be there. But here's where a problem is. This is basically the line. So I guess what I need to do is I need to save the value of target position because it's going to update that value. Right? So it's a and then I would call update target lift at this point. And then I would just do new step Y is equal to target position Y, and then I would set target position back to old target. So I've accounted for these two variables, I accounted for this, but step delta is still wrong. Step delta is still wrong. I need to know... I mean, I guess not really. Because if that one's doing forces, then this one will also be calculating an acceleration for the y. And the y doesn't really matter. The leg speed, all this stuff is mostly just for getting it to move forward at a good pace, but going down relative to the ground, or relative to the main body, doesn't have to be so fast. And in fact, this is probably going to be the one that needs to, that will benefit the most from having proper velocities. Oh, and I just had a realization about friction. If I land, maybe it is just that if I land on the ground, I still set that as my ground relative contact velocity, but the crawler character will say, all right, we just took a step. We're not going to apply friction from this step. We'll apply the impact force, but we won't apply friction. Also, I think right now the impact is purely... It is applied only on the ground normal as well. So that might need to be reworked. All right. Yeah, I think just generally what it needs to be is that this force should apply Is this why friction has kind of been a problem in general? Because it discounts impacts. Or impacts are factoring into friction, which is wrong. What should happen is I should process any impacts I have should apply the impulse to me and then to the other. And then I check our relative contact velocities after that impact force. And that becomes friction. That might be it. Friction would have to be saved for after impact forces are calculated. And both bodies have been pushed in some way. Should I just jump straight to only doing the physical skeleton? Because literally all of this disappears. And I know that I need the physical skeleton. Maybe I do. Because I know that the physical skeleton is handling the rotations. It's handling other stuff. Yeah. That's actually a really big realization. The fact that friction has to be applied after collision impacts. springs, basically. I want to go see exactly where friction happens. Performance. Physics, I don't remember what the file is called. There are 13. Oh, yeah, I mean, there would be that many. Because there's a bunch of folders named physics. Physics. I don't remember what Jolt calls it. Is it physics server? System? I don't know. I'm just gonna open. It's probably physics system, right? Looks like it. Yeah, I want to see where friction is performed. Because I have a feeling it does it in a specific place. I'm going to be like, oh, that would make sense. We apply gravity. We set up velocity constraints. We integrate velocity. Continuous collision detection. Resolve CCD context. Is there another section that does friction then? This is all the friction. I don't get it. I don't get it. M combined friction, contact constraint, M combined friction. Estimate collision response. Collision tangent. Contact impulse. Collision tangent, friction impulse. Impulse. What's impulse? Oh. Collision impulses. Estimate collision response. Estimate collision response. Module? What file is this? This is module. Friction impulse. Is this just the drop by 2, get point velocity, ward point. Contact 2 Godot, velocity 1, velocity 2. Estimate collision response. Calculate friction directions. Start with 0 impulses. What is this? Combined restitution velocity. Number iterations. Interesting. Okay. So we calculate the friction directions. We zero we zero out the impulses. Resize to the collision points. Normalized perpendicular cross tangent 1. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Really? Oh, strange. Oh man, it's time for lunch. The dog just showed up. Hi. Okay. Well, I mean, all I really wanted to see was the iterations, but I guess I still want to see a little bit better of exactly what this is doing. Where's the iterations? Iterations solve iteratively. Yeah. So it's doing a bunch of friction response, which kind of means when I do friction on my side, I'm just doing a really bad job. So I think maybe I just drop trying to go for that where I say, here's my IK only, turn on physics, it looks like this, because I think I'm going to spend way more time making the IK look like physics than making the physics look like IK, which is not what I want to do. So, and that's actually the way that I want to do it. I want to start with physics and make the physics work, so that the thing is still pretty snappy, it can still move well. Yeah. Alright. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna drop that. I'm going to I think still, yeah, I think I'm going to start by turning on physics and just leaving IK in the dust, leaving virtual physics in the dust, and just stop trying to do physics on my side with this crawler character. That's my plan. Okay. I'm going to get food. I'm going to eat. I'm going to get food, be back, eat, and then I'm making real progress. Yeah. All right. I'll be back soon. I'm back. I've got food and I'm going to eat. I'll be back. Okay. Let's get something done. Yeah, so this goes away. This goes away. This doesn't really go away. Sort of, but not really. Leg mass, body friction, none of this is needed. Friction's handled. And in fact, I'm also just going to drop the whole enable physical skeleton thing. I'm not going to use it. I'll leave them in their own groups for now. I saw this collision mask, leg, shape cast. Yeah, that's for like the targets. That's fine. If enable physical skeleton, that will just be true, so this just goes away. Target. This just comes back to bodies 1. Target's not used. Physical skeleton. This will be true. Let's just delete all this. Use parameter state. State is not used. Basically like a deceleration when I don't want to move. So I'll just leave that there. And if I were to use this, I'll just leave it for now. Yeah. However, it actually is important that I do have a ground direction, because otherwise the forward is not going to be able to... Well, actually, is it even used? Because I know it's sort of used. This isn't used because I set desired surface friction to 0. I set that to 0. So maybe it actually doesn't matter. Ground velocity. I have it set to 0. I don't think I have force ground movement on for this. The default is true. So do I turn it off? I think it's just off. I have to turn it off. Huh. Interesting. So it is on. Well, I at least have a need for ground normal, and then ground velocity. Okay, so this actually is important to track. That. So I'm just gonna say, for the moment, this will just have to be I'll just copy some of the stuff in here. Apparently that's used for jumping. Ground contact velocity is going to be something. I mean, I guess each leg can still read this, so when the leg has ground contact, the leg can read that. And I just average those to be the relative contact velocity. What is this used for? This is used to effectively know which way I'm going, so I know how I can accelerate in that direction. That's what this is really for. There's also a switch that I might be able to make. Right now, when a leg is grounded and there's a desired forward, technically a leg should be moving back. That's how it pushes, right? It grabs onto the ground and then it tries to push back. Instead of that, right now I say the main body travels where it wants to go, and then the legs just sort of animate and pretend to be doing something. Should I stick with that? Or should I really go into forcing it to have to move its legs to... using its legs to actually push forward? Definitely, if I'm going to do that, I would have to start messing with creating point constraints. And managing that. Which on the one hand, that would help the physics simulation look good. If I were to do that, okay. How would I implement that? I can't do it right now. Should I? In some sense, it can simplify my effort because all I have to do is say, all right, activate the point constraint, and then that leg is like locked in. And that leg would just have to sweep backwards. Essentially just provide a push. On the other hand, that prevents me from being able to pick an acceleration. It would be more complicated than that. I may have to do calculations on my side to figure out how far I need to try to push a motor. On the other hand, I would then have to manage legs pushing back on other things, because otherwise I don't really do that. Point constraints might be slow to create and destroy. I don't exactly have where would it be? It wouldn't be a pin joint. It would have to be one of these. I'll have to create one of these. And then I guess I could also use a slider joint. Let me look at this. I could use a slider joint and set it to 0. That could be an option. But what's the axis? I don't know. On their x-axis? Does slider joint have any debug? No. So I don't even see. Okay. Let's do between player and crawler. I have them turned off. Okay. So what if I just set it to 0? All right, what does a slider joint do? Slider constraint. I think slider actually still allows. It's like weird, isn't it? Orthogonal. Slider constraint settings. Build fixed. Is fixed. Hey, Gilia. Squadron 42 is coming June 19th. Okay. The limits are the same. And not is sprung. Cannot believe it's actually happening. I can't believe I am Doing what I'm doing. Build fixed. Just kidding, I'm lying. Okay. Build fixed. Fixed constraint. Fixed constraint. Which one is which? That's the header. A rotation constraint part and a point constraint part. Okay. How do we set up the constraints? Nothing at all. Okay, cool. Constraint settings dot create. Constraint settings, two body constraint settings. What about... Well, I mean, this is probably what I want, right? I probably do want the fixed constraint. But I do want to allow it to rotate. Okay. There is a need for, like, if I'm modeling this after, like, there's like a grip pad, it does have to rotate, right? It also doesn't really have to. But it would be rotating. If I were moving the target backwards, the whole leg would be sweeping back like that, and it would be rotating. It would be rotation. And that could, like, break its legs. Oh. I could break its legs doing that. Am I going too far? Can I say that? I think I might just not. What do I really need to happen? I like the idea that some physical object could be launched at this and destroy it. Not necessarily destroy it, but at least like push it around really hard. If, in order to have that kind of reaction, it needs to be a physical body, right? And I would have to manage how I respond to like certain, I guess, like artifacts of just it not being perfect. Like, I'm kind of relying on the fact that it's not going to be perfect in high speed collisions to destroy joints. I'm relying on that. Maybe that's not a good way to rely on it. I think preferably position constraints would have I would be able to set a force restriction on those. So they can calculate some amount of force they want to apply, but they're not going to apply more than some maximum. So if there is a high velocity impact, then the position constraint would be left in a detached location. And I would just use that to say, all right, well, I've defined the maximum force and I see it's detached by like 2 centimeters. So I'm going to say this is broken now. How the position constraints really work is that they don't use forces. They just equalize velocity and then equalize position between the two bodies. That's all that they do. They don't have a max force. I could possibly get a max force, or is there a constraint that exists for this? Because this, I feel like this is not a total, it's not a crazy thing that I want. But it seems like nothing in here has this. All their positions are just totally matching positions and they don't care. They match velocities and they don't care. I mean, maybe what I could do is, if I want the force in there, maybe I could just ignore any position deviations and just compare the relative velocities of 2 points. And if that exceeds some force, then maybe I say, all right, this must be a broken joint. Maybe that's what I'm really looking for. Because it'll do its best to try and equalize velocity and position, but position can always be left in some weird places. Even low velocity motions could suddenly create a big position difference that I might call a break. But yeah, maybe what I'm really looking for is just the velocity. If it comes back and I read in that or maybe I just read like a velocity change. If I read in an acceleration to a joint that is too high, then I say, okay, this must have broken at this point. Yeah, keep that in the back of my mind. Keep going forward with this. I'm not going to use that. I think that would be... I think it's going to be good, probably for later, but not right now. Let me pull this camera out. Yeah, so how... I guess the question is, where do I get my contact velocity from? Maybe my contact velocity is just the average contact velocity of everything, like my own body relative to the ground, plus all the legs. And maybe I even say use like 30% of body and then, or use 1/3 of the body and 2/3 of the average leg. There's just kind of a thing missing here, where if I want to get the legs information on what the ground velocity is, then, or what their contact velocity is, they would technically be reading that from joints, from the physical skeleton. I think the leg is just supposed to be like a sort of like a virtual concept, though it is responsible for moving targets, which actually comes back to the physics of it. Sorry, here's what I do. I won't pull it from the legs, from crawler leg. I will pull it directly from the physical skeleton. So I could probably just say ground contact velocity. Let's just say it. Let's just say ground contact velocity will be a physical skeleton. Calculate ground vectors should have... Yeah, so update ground will trigger the skeleton to process. And then calculate ground vectors happens after that. Verify that. Update ground, calculate ground vectors. Okay. So I will just say physical skeleton maybe I just put it here. And this would have access to myself, so I may not even need to use that. Well, I think this is more about... Yeah, I'll just say gate ground velocity. So the skeleton will be responsible for providing whatever my ground velocity is. Which would just be looking at every single leg and determining what the average contact velocity is there. Okay. So I'll just pretend that that's a function that exists in the skeleton. And then I do all that. And I'll figure out what velocity means later. So now I need some way in here that this is going to be able to provide back the ground velocity. I might just put it up here. And then this has to return something. And there is the case that I need to know that these are in chains, like chain order somehow. So maybe I should just start by getting that. Getting that set up. So how would I organize it? Let me look at this. Update joint array to be in chain order, so forward iteration is root to end and backward iteration is end to root. It should be deleted in child nodes. Child nodes should be disabled. Right, okay. So I may just want a... Well, I guess in that sense, I don't need to know what the end is. But I think it's also that I'm not on the ground unless... Okay, if I'm going to use like a spring ground cast thing, then this actually does not happen here. It actually doesn't happen here. It does not happen here. Am I left with a diff on that? I am. Okay, good. Not here. This actually will be running through the legs and obtaining an average ground velocity from the legs, which I think is just up here, right? Yeah, I can just actually calculate ground velocity right at the top. Because they should be they should be saving it. Is this a point that I would change this to be like a pre-calculated division and then multiply? 3 divisions versus 1 plus 3 multiplications. . A R1. I think I had like a... I think I pawned this once before and I said it's probably never worth it. But I think in this case, that actually does become worth it. Possibly. Yeah. And yeah, if we have ground, we're just writing it out. This feels like weird indentation. Whatever. All right. Okay. Did I finish one of my thoughts? I don't think so. So the way that the main character works right now is sort of the same way that I want the individual legs, main character, the player controller work right now. It is the same setup that I want the legs to have. They have their rigid shapes, but then they have this like cushion zone where there's just this spring cast that absorbs contacts. And that will allow me to, that will double as knowing that ground that is there, using a spring force to push back on, I guess, the entire body, not just to push back on that leg joint. I guess I could push back on the leg joint alone, and maybe that would give a better look to the body, but it might, the body then, that might take more tuning, because then I have to like get into the body and make sure that those motors, when they're being compressed, that they can like start applying strong forces to fix themselves, so that the thing doesn't slam into the ground or break its legs off just from like short falls. I can figure that out. And then I would just have like rigid collisions when it falls too far and the body actually does hit the ground. But I would use a very powerful spring. Very, very strong. Similar to how the player character is, where it's very, very strong, and you basically can't bottom out the spring and like fall fast enough for that to happen. So yeah, that basically means I'm just reading ground velocity from a ground cast. And my relative velocity is just going to be the main body's velocity compared to what the legs are saying the ground velocity is. Because the concept there is that you can't... That allows me to have my acceleration and then my top speed for the crawlers. They generally can't move more than 3 meters per second different to whatever the ground beneath them is moving. Okay. So I'm going to take out enable forces. These are just going to be... These aren't going to do that anymore. Am I still doing... Yeah, I decided that for the physical skeleton, it doesn't matter that the leg targets are taking large steps. So I'll leave that. I'll leave that out. This does mean the target can kind of slide around. But I think what the solution there is that I kind of remember the ground position and I leave the target there. So I still snap it to wherever the bone is after it runs. So then on the next step... Oh, hang on. I might have this in a weird order where... Yeah. I feel very convinced now of this. Okay. So I think what should happen is in here, I should actually do this before these. Because it's sort of... Okay, what would be the point of that? The point of that is that... Okay. Okay. What do I need to happen? This. I need it to happen that the physical skeleton will update the pose, and then I jump in and teleport the target global positions to their physical locations. And then the leg goes through and says, okay, where do I want to be? Where am I going? Here's where I want to be. And then IK comes in and says, all right, let me update that. And then once the IK updates that, then the physical skeleton comes in and says, all right, here's going to be our velocities for the next frame. That's the whole order of everything that happens here. So what I should do is physical skeleton modification processed. It's going to be, it's kind of going to be a few things here. So I run, at this point, I would run skeleton advance. One. Match a skeleton pose to physical joints. 2. Notifies. Yeah. Calls update legs, which provides the current pose and calculates new targets. 3. Iterate IK. Moves joints towards targets. And then physical skeleton calculates joint motor velocities. For the next physics step. And then I come back here after all that, then we come back here and I can run through and grab all the information for the legs that I want. Or I would have already grabbed the information. So yeah. I'm just going to make this I'm just going to put this into a function called update legs. Which I guess in this case, I probably, this is where pre-update comes in. Because I use this to get the, yeah, this is just like the whole pre-update. Though it does do a target position to local arrest, so that's probably not a good idea to have that in here. Yeah, I'm gonna write that this needs to pull out. This shouldn't be here because it's reading target position, and target position would not be known yet by this point. Or actually, I guess it would be known. I guess my thought here is I would run pre-update. And that's just like cache some information. But this is doing some update stuff that shouldn't be happening in pre-update. And I think the main reason all this is happening is because my current step stuff is poor. But I'm going to be changing that. So I'm going to cut some of that. That's fine. Update step transform is fine. Update grounded is not fine. Yeah, pre-update's more just to like get some stuff in there. So I'm gonna just put it, I don't know, I'm just gonna put a to-do at the top of it. So definitely the idea here is I run through the pre-update. Which is where I have access to state at this point. And then Skeleton Advance does basically everything else. So what I'm going to have is, instead of connecting this to leg pose updated, this is going to connect to update legs. So then... So then each leg can, yeah, and I'm seeing now probably something I'm gonna have to do. I might need like a bunch of Boolean flags to track if I've run a function yet, which is where the pre-update was kind of nice because I didn't have to do any of that checking. So maybe I need to think about it a little bit harder because of this. Well, okay, this one's actually fine. This one's kind of nothing. Though it is reading this information, so it actually doesn't make sense. Because this is not known yet. This is delayed by a frame, in fact. Or well, maybe not. No, I think this should probably be like at the end of the step is probably where this should be, and not at the front. Because at the end, I would know the body direction and which way this should go. Or it would just be running at the start, using the prior. But then it's kind of wrong. Maybe it should just be the other way around. If the main body is moving, we run this at the start. If the main body is not moving, we run this at the end. Once velocities are known. Alright, there'll be like some organization needed here for sure. So I run, not running pre-update. I run pose updated. I won't be running that. That's gonna go away. And in this case, I was thinking I'd probably have like a switch to turn this on and off to check. But the only reason the only way I could do that is if it even worked in the first place, and it doesn't right now. I don't know, maybe I do have it like that. What's more like the targeting thing? There's gonna be... It would be smart. It would be a good idea to set it up so I could flip a switch to turn it on and off and see what the difference is. But if there's going to be organizational changes, then that kind of puts more effort on even implementing it in the first place. Because I'll have to make sure that, like, basically a whole different section of code is going to run. Which is maybe that's it. So maybe I just leave this here, check early step, and I'll just have the Boolean in there that will figure it out. So like update will run. This all happens. Oh, hang on, ground velocity? What does this use? Dot body ground direction. Okay, so this is actually like totally broken right now because this is guaranteed to be 0 by this point. How long has that been broken? Also, it doesn't even know... Well, actually, it does know at this point if it's stepping or not. Is stepping, I think, is... Has to forward, has to rotation. Yeah. But I'm clearing ground velocity here, which is really dumb. So that means this doesn't work where it is right now. So I don't know, maybe it is like I said, like I just said. If we're stepping, we do this at the front. If we are not, we do this at the end. But at the end means after update. And I would like to reduce the number of times I'm iterating over legs. But also it's linear, so as long as I don't have nested loops, I'm probably fine. That wouldn't be there. That would be... Well, update... Okay, this actually calls update legs. So then I have it at that point. So I guess I just probably put it down here. Legs post update. State not declared in current scope. I mean, I guess this can go... So this is specifically in between physics and IK, which means no matter what, update has to be called before this can return. So update's kind of the only thing that actually needs to go. This I probably keep this, and in fact I may even move this all the way down here. And then I do this. This whole thing pulls out. I can calculate that. And then legs post update. Probably it needs to happen down here because this needs to read ground velocity. So at this point, ground velocity is calculated. Which kind of sucks because it's moving everything around. I guess this doesn't really matter which way I put it. If I really think about it, this could go here, or it could go up here. But I think it makes sense for it to be here, because now this will act on true velocities, computed values. So the next update comes around and can figure it out from there. Or not, as well, or not. I'll just put it here. Post update. Okay. Did I copy a big chunk of code out somewhere? Oh yeah, it's here. So this runs, and then advanced will do this, so this gets updated with normal position velocity. Normal position velocity. This code could actually go here instead. Why did I move it up there? The difference is that this will be after IK happens. But I don't think any of these values have changed between then. So this probably doesn't actually matter. But it probably should stay here so that it's clear that this is still part of the same thing, right? Yeah, because this is where they're set. So that probably makes sense for it to stay here and not go here. Here is just because I have this loop, so I may as well do it there. I did just realize there is an issue with having multiple springs. They all kind of amplify the effect. So when I implement the springs, I actually have to use iteration somehow. I think basically I would probably just apply, yeah, it would have to be that I go through every spring. Do my own like velocity thing. I wonder about like rebuilding constraints. It just feels like doing that should be slow every time. And it would just be better for me to do it on my side. Let me look at Springcast right now. It does perform iterative corrections. I don't recompute the offset, but this does provide better results when two bodies are colliding, because or rather it should provide better results on the crawler, because it'll be like this one wants to push up some amount, this one wants to push up some amount, they all push up some amount, and then it turns up it would turn out that they all pushed up so much that if it were to recalculate, then the damping would overpower the springs a little bit at that point and reduce the overall acceleration of the body. So instead of being like +4, +4, +4 6 times, it would recalculate so they all share that 4 value in a way, right? All the springs will act as one big spring with just different contact points. Okay. So I need to keep that in mind when I get there. Do I have that? I will write it down. Okay. And I guess now I will just have like a post update. Does it accept state? I don't think it needs to accept state, but it might want state. Pre-update has access to state. I don't think it should. And this is prior to any forces, so there's nothing there to calculate either. So nothing in the body has even changed. But something like this needs to happen. Yeah, okay. Let me would it be like an export switch probably? I don't have a setter that would like run over every leg and like change its style or something. I guess I'll put it in the debug. And yeah, this is like the set stuff that just sucks. I hate how I still just do not like how they set this stuff up. Every time you have the setter, you would want it to run some code, and every single time it's also the fact that I want to run that code when it loads, not just when the value is set. It's like I have an initializer function that runs. And the fact that it doesn't call the setter when it's different from the default, I think it's dumb. I think it should honestly call the setter no matter what when it loads. At least that's how it works in C++. Whenever you make custom parameters, no matter what the value is, it always runs through your setter and calls the setter. Because it actually has to, for you to be able to be up to date with what the outside wants the value to be. But on here, it only calls the setter when you actually call it at runtime. And it makes them like, I think it's like literally most of the use cases for doing a setter. It's because you want something to run depending on the value. Every time it changes. Or even when it's initialized. Alright, little ramble over. Because then down here I have to do this. I'll just have a switch that totally determines how it's running. I have 200 lines of variables. God, this is a mess. 200 lines of variables is crazy. Even if half of that was comments, that's 100 variables. Okay, maybe there's a lot of non-variable lines in between. Okay. equals debug and new leg mode. Okay. Cannot resolve body. We're gonna reach 1K if variables in a single file. I mean, the legs are already messed up because I just have so many, like, hacks, kind of. Character controller is pretty big, but this one's a little more reasonable because it's kind of a generic class. Crawler character is at 100. I mean, there's a lot of, like, empty lines, and then there's documentation and exports. But crawler leg is already past 100 on the exports alone. Other files like pass 100, and that's like all the variables that they had. So half of these are exports, and then the other half is just more variables. And there's actually very little documentation all around. It's just so many variables. And I feel like they're not complicated enough to warrant how many variables there are, which is hopefully what I'm doing is should chop this down pretty well. The legs are like 800. The legs are more, I mean, the legs are probably actually more complicated than the crawler itself. The legs are the biggest file I have so far. The legs are actually the largest file that I have. It's gonna like double. Probably not double. It's gonna get larger as well. I'm about to like do all of this stuff as just brand new functions so I can toggle it as it's running. I mean, it's one thing to have like just a ton of logic for one specific thing and it's all in one file versus your entire game is written in 1,000 line script file, or like half your game is in one script file. All right, well, I have the thing. So what this means is when pose updated, I'll just do if, is it like use new leg mode? Yeah, I'll just make brand new functions, honestly. Whoops. Balistro dev. I don't know what any of his code looks like. I saw something. I saw like a few seconds of some code review, I think, and it was in Lua, and I was like, I'm not even going to be able to understand that. The few times I've seen Lua, it's looked like an alien language. Free update. Check early step. I think this one's just straight up a return. I I'm not going to use that function. Yeah, this one's kind of crazy that I had this bug in here. It's just a 0. So yeah, I need to do a little bit of reorganization. A very small bit. Where I think update comfort distance is probably I probably just cut that out and just run this. Yeah, just run this up here at the start. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that right now. If the body is stepping, and then otherwise this side goes into post updates. Because then these values are actually available here. The step transform should kind of stay the same. Does this use any body velocities? It uses desired direction. Which is whatever. That one's always available. Update grounded. Yeah, update grounded should just move out of there entirely. And these, in fact... Yeah, there's a little too much reorganization going on here. Because now that I see it, these have technically been using the old position the whole time. That's fine. That's actually that's probably fine. I don't need to fix that right now. I just need to run and see it's being kind of okay. Yeah, this is just crazy. This is like, what's going on with that? I feel like the gyroscopic force can't be that strong to keep this off the ground. I mean, if I put corners on it, then it would just be better. Maybe that's what I should do. Would it be better when they detach to change the collider out for what? Oh, it might actually, you know what? Now I wonder. Is it just because I use maximum friction on those? Is that the reason? I could make it like this. Maybe that would solve that. No, they're still just crazy and weird. Alright, whatever. Whatever. I mean, I think if they all had linear damping, it would probably help. Angular damping would probably help. Who knows? I've got a print somewhere. Yeah, just forget that. Why can't I break that one? Where are you going? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I would say that's correct. I forgot I tried Board Ape Yacht Club's game. It's really good. I still don't think I know what it is. Or if I was told, I forgot instantly. Okay, but that doesn't matter. That's not the reason. Question is, part of the setup was that I would do the new thing and then turn it on and off, but now I kind of need to go in the other way around where I have to first make it even walk and then do the other things. So first it needs to walk, which means physical skeleton needs to open. And then I didn't tell you intentionally because I want your brain to think it's an NFT game that everyone is praising. I don't know. I had no expectations of what the game would be like. No assumptions. Well, one assumption, it would be a bad game. That would be my one assumption. They hired the Shovel Knight team to make a game. Okay. So it's a 2D platformer? I would say those games are probably difficult to make bad. If that makes sense. Just 2D, I don't know if I'd call it a platformer. Okay. So it's a platformer, is what you're trying to say. If you're unsure that it's not a platformer, then it is. I died to the first NPC. Died to the first NPC. Yeah, maybe I should get these positions. And then because I'm curious to know about their relative velocities, but that's not. I need to focus. I'll deem the trailer. You can watch later. I mean, I'll watch it now. You can just send it in Twitch chat. Focus, focus, focus. What is it? What am I doing now? I need to jump ahead a little bit before I get there. I need to jump ahead to this. Basically do all this. Yeah, I might just start here and go through this, through all of this. And then I get to the other thing. So all right. Current plan. And I'm gonna move this up here. Which this should actually be part of the other thing. So, yep. In fact, that is going to be part of this, right? It's super built into it. So, I'm just going to get rid of it entirely. Because that's already in the plan. Four-day scheme is actually good. Apparently, Yilia played for like a minute and says it's really good. Mina the Hollower. Okay. Xbox. Why can't I see dislikes? Or are there just no dislikes? Whoa. That's very, very loud. Okay, so they just published the game? They funded the game? Because it looks like they just have probably made whatever game they wanted to make. Also, this is very Game Boy. It has those. It has that color. I think. Or would it be more like Zelda? The original Zelda games? The colors of it? I'm not sure. They've got a good style. Wait a second. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I might have a problem. I might have a problem. Where did I see it? It was here? Hang on. I gotta know. Am I stepping forward? Is it working? Alright, that's actually great. I see it. I'm good. No problems. They committed to the pixels. I feel like it's always really annoying because there are games that try to look exactly like this, but then they just do not care about pixel scales or alignment for anything. They don't care. It looks like everything is moving pixel to pixel. Wait, maybe I can see it here. Okay, the sub-pixel movements, I don't really have an issue with that. But everything else is moving, or it looks like everything else is basically moving on pixels. Maybe not. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon? I don't know. I guess I did. Some of them are not. Well, whatever. At the very least, the scales are correct. Yeah, this is like, I don't know, it just looks like everything. It looks like Game Boy Color. It looks like whatever you would play Zelda on. It looks like Sega. It's nice. They have good colors. Though I mean, I don't know. If I were to really do it, I would probably have like interpolation where things are still moving pixel to pixel, but then you have subframe interpolation happening. It looks like some of these things don't actually interpolate like that. Because I saw like a bullet earlier that was spawned in a non-pixel location and it stayed slightly offset from the pixels every frame. Even though it was like teleporting like 10 pixels forward every frame. So there's no need to interpolate that one. If you fund the project, you get your name front and center. Let the devs do what they want. I mean, that's exactly how games should be made too, by the way. The publisher should just give you the money and say, I trust you. And that's it. They should literally just give you the money. I don't even think they should do They shouldn't even make your marketing material. They should give you the money for you to pay for the marketing material, so that so that the people making the game know that it's represented correctly, and they're not like praying the publisher has not said something untrue about a game or demonstrated something that's not true. Yeah, this was neat. This is a cool effect. What does it happen? I mean, I swear, it's like everything is aligned to pixels, and then sometimes it's just kind of not. Which, you know, frame by frame is the only time you can see it, but I feel like it's the kind of thing that you still notice watching it. Even you still notice it in full speed when things are kind of going between pixels. It looks too smooth and it doesn't match like the frame rate, I guess. I mean, literally here, the animation of this background is like 15 FPS. Or I guess it's 30 FPS. Because I have to skip 2 frames at a time to see the background move. And then things are like interpolating half pixels in between there sometimes. Yeah, it looks nice. I like the colors. I like the colors the most. Though I still wish someone would eventually get actually serious about doing pixel art and committing to the pixels, because they didn't really commit to the pixels. They went like 90% there. Most people go 20% and that's where they stop. They at least went like almost all the way. Okay. Update joints array to be in chain order, so forwards iterations root to end and backwards iterations end to root. So I'm just going to focus on exactly that. I'm just going to make sure these are ordered correctly. Set up body joints. Assign loaded joints. I think I probably need to sort it, right? They should rein you with some money. Bend the knee to the PNG monkeys. I've got like... I'm slow. On the scale of like... going too fast and releasing too early and going too slow and never releasing, I'm very close to the never releasing speed. I retract that too. Yeah, I'm very close to... And I mean, it's even sometimes like I'm like over that line and I'm like doing things that are just only causing me delay that I don't have to do. If I was like granted money, I might never release a game. I might never finish the game. I think the only reason I might stand a chance of doing this one is because I'm not making money right now. So, and then I also don't think, I think games are close enough to art that they shouldn't even need a deadline either. There shouldn't be a deadline on a game. It should be like, hey, we're like basically done and we're polishing and doing some bugs. So let's say we're going to release it in 5 months or something. Like let's announce the release date now because we're done. Most games are like they've lined up their rate of finishing tickets to a prediction, and then the prediction says, we've been working on it for so long, we know how many more tickets we're adding, we know how many we're getting rid of, we're positive, we're probably going to be done by this date. Add a month, there's a release date. So the game is like 20%, 30% done, and you've already got a release date or something, and you're already on a deadline. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to make sure these are ordered so that I start with parents and then I go to roots. Technically, I could just do it like that, where I guess I could have like a list, right? Where the how would I know how many joints I have? How do I know how many chains I have? I don't know that. I don't know that. Maybe I should really plug into this and go from here, and I would go through each setting and I would get the bone name, and then I would find the modifier bone target for that. What is get bone attachments? One sec, it's getting very warm in here suddenly. Oh no. The sun just like finally came out. No, it's covered. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be back. I'm back. There was a dog walking itself, and there's a cat laying in the shade at the front door. Kind of crazy. Although I'm sure the cat was probably let out intentionally. The dog probably not. People and letting their cats just wander around. All right. So I think what I might want is to keep like an indexed list. So the settings would be an array of ordered bone targets. So I think what I do is I probably just load up joint should probably be I really don't want to store it as multiple arrays. I really don't want to do that. I want a single array for everything. And or I could just have I don't know. The joints array only needs to be ordered such that I at least process a parent bone before its child bone, if I were just running through in that order. So it could be all of the parents in any order, and then the next children in any random order, as long as it's like a child's parent is before it. That's what matters. That's the only requirement. But then I also want it so that I can go through a chain, a specific chain in order as well. So I would be able to start with, I'd be able to say, hey, give me the chain for this leg, whatever that means, and it gives me a specific object, preferably an array of joints, and then I could run through that. And I would know, or not even that, I would just be able to run through the bones, the bone positions would be preferred. So those two things. I need to be able to pick a specific chain and run through the bone positions in that chain. And I just need a list that is ordered such that children do not appear before their parent. It could be that I just use a mapping of targets to chains. Right? I would basically just start with the end bone and call get parent until I reach the root bone. So or I mean, not really that. Like the setting tells you how many joints you have, and it already has them all ordered, and it has the bone IDs for you already. So I need to do that. So yeah, maybe I'll start with that. This can load up the iterate IK. I set the iterate IK. I set the IK modifier. It updates here, and I will just keep a list, a map of target nodes to setting IDs. I think is all I really need. I don't have to do that because I'm going to be calling clear on it every time. I feel like I prefer the method. Because I think the property is just a redirection to the method anyway, so it's probably faster to just do it like that. Although that's definitely not an optimization I even need to worry about. So in the spirit of that, I'm going to use this, because this at least tends to look like it's not a method call. And it's just a direct access. So I get each setting, and then I need to know the target node. I don't know what kind of node it is. It has to be a node 3D. I think it has to be. It's a node path. Yeah, that's cool. That does not point to a valid node, generates an error and returns null. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just an error, I guess, if that happens. That's really all it needs to have. Okay, so now, given a target, a leg can look up a specific setting. There would just be a method somewhere around here to provide that functionality, but now it's ready to go. Well, it's not ready to go. Probably what I would do is just return a list of the joints. Yeah, I mean, it'll just be there. At least in this case, I don't have to look it up. The lookup has already been performed, so I can just use maybe a bit faster lookup. Because these are just numbers, using nodes as keys, just object numbers, basically. So it should be really fast. Yeah, I don't know exactly how I'm going to use those yet, but that's how that's going to work. Okay. So set the IK modifier. Process will do setup body joints deferred, so target should already be set, IK should already be set. So then I think the idea is set up body joints. Yeah, I think specifically what I'm looking for is just to run through joints that exist here and then try to find an attachment there and do some these limitations, right? I need to copy the limitations over to the motors so that the limitations so that the motors match the limitations. But is that the current plan? Well, this one's just to make it in order first, so I would be able to produce it in that order by doing this, and I would also be able to drop some recursion here as well, which would be really nice. because I know for a fact I'd be running from the root to the end, and I'd be adding that order. So if they don't exist, then I'm going to do that. I mean, I guess it doesn't need IK, but that's probably a good place to start, right? Okay. I happen to know that for the moment, bodies have a 1-to-1 correlation with IK. However, it may be such that I have bodies that are just attached to bones, and those bones would just be free to move based on some restriction. Should I allow this? Maybe I just shouldn't even like rework it in that way. I should just make it so the list is in order, and that's all I should do. The list just has to be in order. Okay, it's more like if there is any IK, then I know this is a joint I have to apply motor rotation to. So perhaps I just keep all joint data there, but then I have, and this is like, or I just have joints set up so that they track whether or not they are related to IK. And then if they are, they would have a bunch of stuff here to give more IK information. Yeah, what do I know is always IK? Center of mass, I'm not even sure what that's used for right now. What is that used for? Okay. It's basically just used for initialization. So center of mass is there for that, joint is there for that. Attachments are always needed. These are always needed. Okay, so far none of this points to IK at all. So maybe what I do is I need to know if it's IK because IK runs, and I look through the joints and I say, are you an IK joint? And if you are, I'm going to give you some accelerations. So let's do this. Is IK joint? So what I'll do is when I load, I start by loading all the IK joints and just making sure that those are in order. And then I load, or actually, I don't know, maybe not even that. Well, I know it's an IK joint if it exists in a chain. How do I determine if it exists in a chain? If any setting contains that bone, I guess. If any setting contains a bone, then it's an IK. Knowing that it's IK, okay, so yeah, I just load all the attachments, and then I run through joint data and make joint data from bone targets, and this will come in. I think this already ensures that parents are loaded. Doesn't it? I get parent, joint target, get parent. I get a node. It's not a rigid body, this is a problem. If it is a rigid body, I get its parent. Its parent should be a modifier bone target. Oh, but also it's not the main body. And then if it's on a different skeleton, this is a problem. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just getting stuff for error. Okay, then I load it, test if it's already loaded. And if its parent is not loaded, I must load it immediately, and then I append that. Okay, so I already know that these are actually loaded in parent to child order. I mean, yeah, there's even the case where it's just parent, child, child, like that order is fine too. As long as no child comes prior to its parent. That's where problems start. Well, I mean, I say problems, but I think there's just a preference for the iteration order to be consistent in that way. I just lose focus sometimes and I forget what I'm doing. Yeah. No, I can't stop. I've done like nothing today. I've done actually nothing today. I don't know. Take water. It's just too warm. It is so warm. I'm blaming the heat. God, I'm like, my eyes are melting. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. So they're already in that order. They are. But I really want... I think I really just want to load it as IK instead. So let's start with this. Honestly, I think I kind of want to run every parent and then every child. So it'd be like blocks. I have parents, next layer down, like that. Or like the roots with the first block and then all the ends are at the last block. Or maybe it's better to just run through a whole chain and then a whole chain and a whole chain. At least in that case, it might be easier to look stuff up that way. Because then I can just do skips. I can check the root. I'd see, is this the right chain? If it's not, I can skip ahead by however long this chain is. How can I do this? Yeah, I think I want to run the full chain. Actually, that seems better. Git joint bone. Let me do S and J. Seem like better. Let me call it setting and joint. There's no need to be cryptic. I'm not trying to save bytes here. This returns the bone ID. And the idea behind this one is I can just call make joint data from bone ID. Okay. And then I add it. Start loading IK paths, and then this would load. That is the big difference here. Okay, and then we just look for that. Okay. Oh, and then of course I need to worry about this. This should have already printed something, I think. Yeah, this should print something. And then I just stop right away. Okay. Alright, so IK is now 100% loaded in chain order, and it would even match the settings there. Now, this allows me later to copy in limitations to motor information. So I would have the physical joint, then I could copy into that stuff. So I'll write a to-do. And then everything else stays the same. Alright, let me just see if that works. I'll put a breakpoint down here and hit run. Type nil. This returned null. That's not what this can't do that. This can't return null. Okay, I guess it can return null. I didn't consider that. If this is null, what does this mean? I'm gonna say this. Okay, that actually does make sense. And I took the breakpoint off. But I didn't. What? But I also didn't take the breakpoint off. That's strange. Okay. Loaded joints. It will not loaded joints, it'll just be joints. Why is the name not there? Oh, because these aren't named. So front left femur, front left tibia, front left tarsus, and then front right femur, front right tibia. Okay, cool. They're loading in the right order. Right, that's the order I wanted. Okay, cool. When a joint is destroyed, it should be deleted, and child joints should be disabled and removed from the iteration list. Disabled. Yeah, so the meaning of disabled here is like I set some kind of like I update the motor parameters and then I remove it from iteration list. Or well, I'm literally deleting the joint, but then the other joints still exist, and I don't know if they really need to be accessible. I don't think it's necessary for them to be accessible. I mean, I do even say it should be removed from the iteration list as well. So yeah, I'll say that. If something is destroyed, it needs to run through the rest of it needs to run through its list. Which, now because of the order, I'm removing the joint. I can erase it, queue free, and then I feel like I want this print over the other one actually. I'll just bring this one in. So I delete that one from the list, and then I will does erase return? Nothing. I would like to know its index, I think. Yeah, I think I would like to know its index. These should be references. Yeah. Because basically what I want to do is I want to go through and keep going down the list until I don't know if I need a comment here. Yeah, I think I'll just run through that, and then I'll actually do a different thing. Yeah, I think what I'm doing here is I'm actually just... I would do to remove append, and then I continue. There's no need to check anything else. And then here, I think I want to do... find joint data. Then I can do joints. I can just do that. And then now I just have the index and I can just keep running down. Whoops. We're done at that point. If it is, and this is one that needs to be marked as dead somehow. Well, I mean, I'll just say but I still want to say what the? Why is it doing this? What is it? Set. Oh, Godot. Linear motor x target velocity. Set param x. No, I'd be looking at angular motor. Never mind. Angular motor target velocity. Angular. I think it's angular drive torque limit. 100. Why not? Maybe probably like 10 actually. It might even be better. Okay. And then I would add this to be removed from the list. Which I can actually do that because I'm iterating over it right now. And alright, let me just do this. Do that order. Expand this child body, and child is joints. Just basically when I delete one, I delete it, and then I keep deleting until at that spot until I get to one that's not in order. And I can even just set that to be false so that it will stay there. Or well, I'm gonna be removing it from iteration, so I'm never seeing it again, actually. So I'm actually removing it completely, and it's gonna be gone. Do I need to run object? I mean, I probably should, right? It's probably a good idea because I know I'm never going to use it again. Same thing here. Seems right to me. Parents should be set to non-functional target some safe rotation. Yeah, so now it's probably like... Then how do I know that? I guess 2 disable is actually just going to be an array of rigid body. And I just start with whatever I'm removing. And index find index, do you want that at queue free? I add the parent if it's not the main body. So basically the idea is that then once I get here, I use this rigid body as a parent. I go up its chain until I find the top, and then I like say that this chain is disabled. Or I guess I would just run up the chain and call each one disabled. But I don't know what I would do for those. I mean, I guess that's actually a case where I would probably call out to the leg and say, leg, do a force lift or something like that. And so it would, or maybe not, I would just say like, I don't know, something. I actually don't know what I would set it to. I don't know.
How you doing?
Oh, thanks for the raid, Eris Ezra. Hello. Take that off. Attempted to free a ref counted object. Well, fine. I won't do it. What are you up to? I am working on this crawler, making the legs. That didn't seem right. Just making it so that the I'll just work on the legs breaking, I guess. Okay. Try this again. I just want to break one of them. Okay. All right. And then I'm open to the yeah. What's the overall idea of the game? So the overall idea is you're gonna blow up a planet. That's it. That's the overall idea. But there are robots. Okay, so one leg is gone. Okay, one leg is gone. That makes sense. So now all of it. Okay. Two legs should be gone. Two are gone. Maybe I should print it so I can be sure. Planet destruction via spider robots? No. The spider robots are getting in your way, actually. A big part of it is that the at least these enemies are going to be really explodable. So that's what I'm working on. Breaking joint, and then just removing. Child body name. His limbs attaching, yeah. Breaking joints, removing. So that's when I broke, and that's correct. I want to get the whole leg to go off though, but it's difficult. How was I able to get the whole thing off earlier? We can probably just do this. Breaking that one, removing. Good. Okay. That seems right. I was actually just about to stop, too. After I got that done. I was kind of in the middle of zoning out. So that one's actually done. IK should be disabled for the entire chain of motors set to 0. That would be a good idea. IK should be disabled. Motor set to target velocity 0, right? So that's what this is for. So these will still stay in here. Okay. Actually, I'll leave this print here. Why is it acting like that? Oh. Because I don't actually have the joint data. Or, yeah. If it's IK, can I reference, I don't know. I want to have like a bunch of linked lists. I'll just find it, it's not a big deal. So when I find it, I found it, disabling this one, and then I would start decrementing the index and going back up the list. So, yeah, this is where I say I'm getting a bunch of variables again. Also, I don't like that enabled. True by default. Can I just check if it's... No, because I have to search for it first. All right. If it is not enabled, then I'm actually done. So I break. So then I go up. Then I'd be looking for parent. Now I'll just do this. If only I could just run, if only I could just do a loop and forever and do everything inside. I can. I'll just do it. Okay. Joint data. Joint data body is not equal to next body. Break. So this one will also be disabled. Okay. Good. And update motors for joint and joint data. Super confused. What's happening right now? What is it doing? I actually don't know what it's doing. I'm really confused by this. I think it's nothing. I think I just ignore whatever that was. I broke the other one. So I should be able to, like, yes. I don't know why that happened. Cool. Cool. Is that really as far as that one goes? Sure. Okay. This seems to be working. Breaking, removing. The disabling was strange, though. Jeez. Where's the target going? What is happening? Is this related to what I did? I don't understand. This is very strange. That red circle is where it's trying to go. But the target is... And it teleported and broke the joint. Okay. Oh, so the joint broke itself. Okay, well, I mean, they're just really fragile right now. They seem excessively fragile. Out of bounds index 0. Oh. That would make sense. I guess if the index is now greater than or equal to joints, then there's nothing to do. Yeah. Okay. I think it was probably caused because I think I just broke all of the joints and then it... Oh, come on. Its legs are just falling off. Last one. No more legs. Okay. I think this one's done. Leg behavior should be effectively disabled when joints are destroyed. IK should be disabled for the entire chain. That one I'm missing. It's still doing IK. I don't know how to turn off. It may not be possible. It seems like it's not possible. Chain IK. Yeah, there's no way to remove a specific setting. There's no way to turn off a chain. So that actually is going to have to be... Yeah, there's nothing I can do. So that has to be... I still want to remove it so it's not wasting time computing IK that's not going to be used by anything. Yeah, because I think what's going to happen is that when it's disabled, it's just going to have a safe rotation that will be set somewhere. And the joint will just target that. And then the IK just won't run on that anymore. That's going to have to be like me getting in there, finding where... Okay, preferably it would be like get setting and then like disable setting. That would be nice. Disable a specific one. But there's nothing to do there. Oh, maybe I could remove the target node. It might be as easy as removing the target node. Okay, I'm gonna look at that and then... Just because I have that idea right now and I'm probably gonna forget it later. And then I think I'm done after that. I'm looking for chain IK. It's not chain IK. It's iterate. Detecting settings. I don't care about that. Process IK. If not target. Yeah, cool. And it is get node or null, so it doesn't print an error. Okay, so I can actually do that now. I just have to set the target node path to be an empty node path? Is that possible? An empty? Oh. Alright. So what I want to do is when I guess as soon as I'm going to remove something, I want to locate how can I get that? I could save its setting number, that would be fine. Sure. Why not? So that should be simple. I iterate IK. Yeah. Iterate IK. Set target node. A setting. So my wonder is if this is gonna like print an error as soon as I break something. Nope, and it looks like IK is just turned off. Or at least it should be. Yeah, I'm seeing everything else run, and this one's just not running. And its legs are just falling off because it's just sad and fragile. Yeah, cool. Alright, well, I did figure it out. It was possible. Okay. That's gonna be all that I do for today. What is tomorrow? I'm probably gonna make the joints not breakable first. That's probably what I'm gonna do first, because they are just way too fragile, and then I can't even do any testing with the legs when they're like this. So, next thing is gonna be making the legs follow the IK, because right now it seems like, well, I think what the main issue is that the motors are just struggling to keep up with what the legs want to do. And so they kind of can't do anything. And they also just seem to be falling over and not being able to stand up correctly either. So that might just be like the springs are just not strong enough to lift the body generally. Is probably what the issue is there. Because all these legs are adding extra weight. It's like 3 kilograms additional weight. I'm just curious. If I make all these... Yeah, none of these should probably be weighing a kilogram. These should all probably be way less than that. Alright, I won't do it now. I'll do it next time. I was going to make the bodies really, really light, so the motors would just be able to fling them around as fast as possible. I'll do that next time. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.